This is an audio check testing the mic from the top of the park at Redshores in Charlottetown as we get set to race at 6 p.m. tonight. 11 dashes on the program, and we are doing a check from the top of the park in Charlottetown. This is a mic check testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the first qualifier, now on track and in action as they make their way to the half. The quarter was up in 29 and 1. The half up in 59 and 3, led there by Jack Wick. Jack Wick takes them by the three quarters in 129 and 1. And they're coming through the stretch here. It's going to be down by the east side and Mark Campbell to take the first qualifier. Time of the mile, 158 and 1. The results of the first qualifier. No Fence Big Enough was sixth. Wise Moon was third. Down by the east side was the winner. Axel Noble fourth. Clarky Shadow seventh. Jack Wick second. Salzbrook Rock Rough fifth. Fractions 29 and 1, half 59 and 3, three quarters 129 and 1, time of the mile 158 and 1. Track is rated fast and 18 degrees on this Thursday afternoon. Second qualifier coming up. So the second qualifier in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. 18 degrees fast track. We have one raised on blacktop. Adam Murner, Cheese Whiz, Kenny Murphy, Dilicious, Daryl McLean. 4 is Rosetown Eclipse, Corey McPherson. 5, Stone Beach Lily with qualifying driver Zach Noy. Jester with Keith Ford, and Silly Amos is 7 with Kenny Arsenault. 7 on gate, here they come. Opening quarter and 28 and 4. Dilicious is leading this field in the second qualifier as they make their way to the half. They reach the half in a minute and 1/5. Three quarters, 1:30 and 1. $1:58 and 1 is the time of the mile. We'll have the official rundown. Looks like Dilicious won the second qualifier. Here are the results of the second qualifier. Raised on Blacktop was 4th. Cheese Whiz finished 3rd. Dilicious was the race winner. 4, Rosetown Eclipse, 2nd. Stone Beach Lily, 5th. Jester was 7th. Silly Amos, 6th. Fractions for the mile, 28 and 4. A minute and 1/5. 3 quarters reached in 1:30 and 1. Time of the mile, 1:58 and 1. All right, third qualifier lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We have the 1, Windermere Classy, Harold Shepard. 2 is Red Dirt Legacy, Zach Noy. 3, Zendaya's Moonbeam, Adam Murner. 4 is Royals Alley, Kenny Murphy. 5, MD's Girl, Keith Ford. 6 is Stealing Bases, Ron Matheson. And 7, Wild River Coyote, Nick Oakes. They're at the top of the stretch. 7 on gate, the third qualifier. Here they come. So Red Dirt Legacy puts up the opening quarter with qualifying driver Zach Noy, 29 and 3. No change in positions, a minute 4/5 at the half. Three quarters posted in 1:31 and 4. And the qualifiers coming through the stretch. It looks like the 4, Royals Alley, will win. Time of the mile, 2:03. Results of the third qualifier. Windermere Classy did not finish. Red Dirt Legacy was 3rd. Zendaya's Moonbeam 6th. Royals Alley, the race winner. MD's Girl was 4th. Stealing Bases was 2nd. Wild River Coyote 5th. Reviewing the fractions, quarter 29 and 3, half a minute and 4/5. 3/4, 1:31 and 4. Time of the mile, 2:03. So we have the fourth qualifier on track, and now lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. One is All Better, Kenny Murphy. I'm Sir Scarlet, Daryl McLean. 3 is One Wicked Man, Kenny Arsenault. 4, the Trotter, Final Text, Mark Campbell. 5, Much Too Young for You, Harold Shepard. 6 is Never Shway Never, Gilles Barrio. 7, Shake Me Up Hanover, Colin Shepard. And the 8 is Early Play, Brady Sweet. They're at the top of the stretch. 8 on gate, here they come. Opening quarter is up in 30 seconds flat. Led by One Wicked Man. One minute, 3/5 at the half. It's One Wicked Man leading them to 3/4. That station is next. Three quarters and 129 and 3. That is One Wicked Man all alone on the line to take the fourth qualifier. Nice mile, 157 and 2. Okay, here are the results of the fourth qualifier. All Better was second. I'm Sir Scarlet third. One Wicked Man, the race winner. Final Text was 8th. Much Too Young for You, 5th. Never Shway Never, 7th. Shake Me Up Hanover, 4th. Early Play was 6th. Quarter, 30 seconds. Half a minute, 3/5. 3/4, 129 and 3. Time of the mile, 157 and 2. Final qualifier, 5 entries coming up next, no changes. Now the fifth and final qualifier is on track now. There's the one, Outrageous Style, Ron Matheson. 2 is Rosedale Mary, Corey McPherson. 3, Tobin's Brownie, Adam Erner. 4, Sugar Bowl, Gilberto. And the 5, Jack Boswell, Mark Campbell. So we have the fifth and final qualifier on the backstretch, getting ready to head into the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Just a reminder, we are coming up with 11 races on the card tonight. First race post time is 6 o'clock. Kicks off that aisle pick 5 with the $2,000 guarantee pool, low 15% takeout. And also tonight is the late pick 4. Kicks off in race 8, $1,000 guaranteed pool with that low 15% takeout. And we have the super high fives. There is a carryover in that first super high five of over $800. Kurt will have more on that. It's the fifth qualifier, and 1, Outrageous Style, Ron Matheson. 2 is Rosetown Mary, Corey McPherson. 3, Tobin's Brownie, Adam Erner. 4 is Sugar Bowl, Gilberto. And 5, Jack Boswell, Mark Campbell. Fifth qualifier on gate. Here they come. So they're en route to the opening quarter, and they're being led there by Tobin's Brownie and Adam Erner. Opening fractions up in that quarter, 31 seconds. A minute, 4/5 at the half. So it's Tobin's Brownie taking the 3/4, followed there by Sugar Bowl. Then comes Rosedown Mary. 3/4 and 128 and 4. Tobin's Brownie on the line to win the 5th qualifier. 157 and 4. Here are the official results of the 5th qualifier. Outrageous Style was 5th. Rosetown Mary was 3rd. Tobin's Brownie, race winner. Sugar Bowl was 2nd. Jack Boswell, 4th. Quarter, 30 and 1. Half minute, 4/5. 3/4, 128 and 4. And time of the mile, 157 and 4.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. 37 minutes away from race 1 here on our first Thursday night card of the season.
come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And good evening and welcome to Red Shores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for our first Thursday night card of the spring meet. And we have an 11-dash program for you. And the weather has been fantastic all day long, about 20 degrees in the car when I was driving in here tonight. So it should be a great night of racing. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Our feature comes up in race 10, Filly Mares, Miss Megan Sparkle on the rail, Plain Jane Tube, Lady Divine 3, Ace 44 Dome, Post 4, Chip of Evil, Post 5, and Elm Grove Mistress round out this talented group of 6. And this just in, Tobin's Brownie, Sugar Bowl, and Rosetown Mary finished 1, 2, 3 in a qualifier just about 20 minutes ago. Time of the qualifier was 57 and 4, so they're going to be joining this group in a week or two. So it should be a great night of racing here. We got lots of ways to play the horses. We got the Isle Pick 5 kicking off in race number 1 with a guaranteed pool of $2,000. We have the 2 super high fives, and tonight we have a carryover of over $800 going into that first super high five in race 5, and we have a guarantee pool of $1,000 on the late pick 4, which kicks off in race 8. So lots of ways to play the horses, but for now, we're going to take a little break and send it upstairs to the man who's going to call all of the action, Vance Cameron. He is all the program and equipment changes. Vance, take it away.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 2 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 15 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Ken Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 4, Southern Heart, adding a Murphy blind inside. Next change, go to race number 5. In the fifth race, scratch number 2, Sahara Sunshine. Number 10, Czar's Piece of Heaven, will start and score from post position 2. Race 5, scratch number 2. Move in the 10, Czar's Piece of Heaven. Jason Hughes will drive. Number 4, Lady Lamurai, now has a driver change to Brady Sweet. Race 5, number 4, Lady Lamurai. Make the driver Brady Sweet. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's 11 race presentation. Those par mutual wickets are open and they're selling, and you have 26 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Tonight we have a 11-dash card. If you're just joining us, our feature comes up in the 10th race. It's a field of 6 mares: Miss Megan Sparkle on the rail, Plain Jane 2, Lady Divine 3, Ace 44 Dome 4, Chip of Evil has post 5, and Elm Grove Mistress rounds out the field of 6. And again, that comes up in race 10 tonight. We kick things off in race 1 with our aisle pick 5 with a guaranteed pool of $2,000. We also have 2 super high fives on the card coming up in race 5 and 11, and we have a late pick 4 that kicks off in race 8 with a guaranteed pool of $1,000. And that first super high 5 in race 5 will have a carryover. It didn't go in the last race the other night. A little over $800 will go into that first super high 5, again, which comes up in race 5. But again, we kick things off with the aisle pick 5, and here's a look at our tickets. I'm going to go with the 5 in leg number 1. I like Red Dirt Rocket. Had a pretty nice qualifier there, 203 and 2, 28 and 1 final panel. Last year almost made $30,000 in her freshman season. So this 3-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip out of the Mike McGuigan stable. I'm looking to kick things off here in race 1 with a victory. And then over in the second, I'm going to go with the 3, Pandemonic. Miles Heffernan will drive, and this one was second in the qualifier, 203 and 2. Closing quarter, 28 and 4. Has post 3 in a compact field. Not an overly tough group, so I think Pandemonic can get the job done in the second. And then over in race 3, I'm going to go with the 2, Shelley Spirit and Keith Ford. Had a pretty nice first start off the bench there, finishing 5th. Race time 59 and 4. That was at the winners of 1, not more than 2 races life. Dips into the non-winners of 401 here tonight with a really good post. This one has good gate speed, so I'll look for Shelley Spirit to boss it from start to finish tonight in that third race. And in that third race, we have a equipment change on the 4 Southern Heart, adding a Murphy blind inside. So keep that in mind. Southern Heart adding a Murphy blind inside. Flipping over to race 4, going to go with the 6 Howmack Hottie off that nice qualifier in 2:01. Closing quarter, 28 and 3 for trainer driver Gilles Barrio, looking to get the maiden break and score. 4 starts last year, 3 for 4 in the top 3, almost 6,000 made. So we'll see if this 3-year-old daughter of all bets off can pick up her first career win in that 4th race. And then over in race 5, we got a scratch of the 2. Sahara Sunshine will not go. Czar's Piece of Heaven, the 10, will draw in. Jason Hughes will drive the 10, Czar's Piece of Heaven, out of post 2. And so driver change on the 4, Lady Lamurai. Brady Sweet will now drive the 4, Lady Lamurai. But I've elected to go out to the outside of the gate, My Happy Place. Had a pretty nice campaign at Woodbine Mohawk Park last fall. Back-to-back second place finishes. The last one in 53 flat, 27 and 4 final panel. Nice qualifier here on May 3rd, 59 and 4 for Barrio. Winner by 3 lengths. Closing quarter, 28 and 3. The 3-year-old daughter of Shadow Play, looking to pick up win number 1 here in her first start back. She was 7 for 8 in the top 3 last year, a little over 37,000 made. So even though she has post 8, I think she can overcome it and get the win there for Barrio. So that's the way I have it set up in my aisle pick 5. I like a 5-3-2, 6-8 post time picks, 1-1-2, 6-8, and classifier's choice is a 6-1-2, 6-5. So good luck with your selections here this evening as we get things rolling with the aisle pick 5, and again that guaranteed pool of $2,000. We're about 10 minutes away from the opener. Okay, 8 minutes away from race 1. Here's a look at our top 3 selections. The Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam. We got our selections up there. 5-2-1 for me. 1-6-7 for the post time picks. That's Peter McPhee in the middle, and classifier's choice at 6-7-1. So they like the 1-6-7. I'm going off the board here with the 5 Red Dirt Rocket. She just showed some nice trips last summer. Made a lot of money, almost 30,000. One-time winner, 6 for 12 in the top 3. Had that real good trip down there in second and 57 in a Lady Slipper Gold last October. And so off that qualifier last quarter, 28-1, I think she could get the job done. Nice price right now at 10-1 as the field is beginning to make their way out onto the track. Post Parade is next.
First race pacers and their drivers on the track for Post Parade. Number 1 is Southwind Ricochet, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill Barrio drives. 2, Woodmere Katie, owned by Kirk McCrae from Benoit, Nova Scotia. Jamie Smith does the conditioning. Corey McPherson drives. 3 is Woodmere Honeymoon, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. The trainer-driver is Adam Murner. 4, Sky Low Low, owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie does the training. Mark Campbell's up. 5, Red Dirt Rocket, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Real Smoke Show 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, driven by Jason Hughes. 7 is Watch Me Shake It, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Welcome to the Race Day broadcast and our first Thursday of the spring meet. Kurt Hughes takes you through the Red Shores wagering menu coming up next.
That's right, Vance. We kick things off here in race 1 with a guaranteed pool of 2,000 for our I'll Pick 5. And then we have 2 super high fives on the card, race 5, and again on the last race tonight, race 11. And we have a carryover going into the 5th race, super high 5, a little over $800 going to be put into that pool for that first super high 5. Again, it comes up in the 5th race. And then the last 4 races, we have a late pick 4 with a guaranteed pool of $1,000, and that kicks off in race 8 tonight, all low 15% takeout on those guaranteed pools. And so lots of way to play the horses here as we kick things off. Again, with the I'll Pick 5, about 4 minutes away from post time. So give it some thought and take a shot here early in this one. Out to the track we go to pick up my selections here for the Thursday night opener. It's about 19 degrees. If you're just joining us, track condition fast, just a picture perfect day for racing. Beautiful weather all day. The temperature will go down as we make it our way through the card. It's going to get quite chilly later on tonight, but couldn't ask for better weather to kick things off here in race number 1. There's my top play, the 5 Red Dirt Rocket, a 3-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, owned by Josh McDonald and Glenn Dunn. Mike McGuigan, the trainer and driver. As I mentioned, this filly had a pretty nice freshman campaign with 6 for 12 in the top 3, just shy of 30,000 made last year. She showed some really nice miles. Like I said, that trip in 57 back in the Lady Slipper Gold, finishing second to Much Too Young for You, closing quarter 28-2, and then she started making some breaks. Mike tried her free-legged. She made a break, so back on the list. And then she raced in that Maritime Breeders in the final race of her 2-year-old year, and ended up finishing third, just beat a length and a quarter in 2 minutes 3/5. So a pretty nice way to shut her down last fall, and then had that qualifier back on April 29th, closing quarter 28-1 on that day. So if she was going to make a break, it was going to be in that final quarter, because they were dusting right along in the final panel. So she looked good in the qualifier, and so I'm going to put her on top. She's playing a hunch here at 16-1 long odds. I'm looking to light up the tote board in the opener here. I like the 2, Woodmere, Katie again, just playing a hunch. I like those lines from last August, back-to-back trips in 57 and change. Closed to finish third in that final start, and then had that one qualifier there. Corey McPherson was in the seat for the qualifier, 5th by 9.5, 2:02 and 4, 29 seconds. Pretty nice, uneventful qualifier, just getting her around. She has post 2 here today for owner Kirk McCrae and trainer Jamie Smith. So Corey's still in the seat for this drive. He's a regular pilot on this now 4-year-old mare by Arthur Blue Chip. I just think in this spot, not an overly tough group, that she could hit the ticket, and at 7-1, pretty nice price. Southwind Ricochet has the pole position here for owner Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. 3-year-old daughter by Better's Delight out of the Ron Matheson stable. Gilberto will drive. Last time this filly had the rail was in an overnight back in September of last year. Hit the board 58-4, finishing third, closing quarter 29-1. Had that nice qualifier 2:01 and 2, 28-3 on April 29th. Spotted the field 11 lengths at the quarter and rallied, so gained 5 lengths on the field, and again had that sharp closing quarter. Has the pole position, as I mentioned, so she's going to get a really tidy trip here along the rail, and I think she could definitely hit the ticket if Barrio keeps her covered up. She even shows a win on the front, so we'll see what Barrio decides to do, but this filly's worth a look from post 1 here tonight at 3-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion. The new paint job on the car looks fantastic. As we send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call in the first.
Southwind Ricochet, Woodmere Katie, Woodmere Honeymoon, Sky Low Low, Red Dirt Rocket, Real Smoke Show, Watch Me Shake It outside, top of the stretch. They are ready for a start. Drop and pacing, perfect, and I mean perfect beginning along the rail, leading them out, Southwind Ricochet. Coming up right alongside is Woodmere Honeymoon, and around the turn third, Woodmere Katie coming 3 wide, 4. That is Red Dirt Rocket. How's about 4 wide now? That's Watch Me Shake It. And wow, showtime at Charlottetown in the Thursday night opener. And they're to it and at it and to it on the front end. And from the outside, here comes Watch Me Shake It in line to Kenny Arsenault to clear the lead off a 29-second flat. Opening quarter. Racing second is Red Dirt Rocket around the turn. Southwind Ricochet. Our race is third. Then in fourth, that's Woodmere Honeymoon. Racing from fifth along the inside, that is Sky Low Low. In sixth, Real Smoke Show. And the trailer after a miscue, that's Woodmere Katie. They're halfway home in the opener. And up front, Watch Me Shake It is the midway point leader. Racing from second is a Red Dirt Rocket. Into the turn, Southwind Ricochet is third. The half mile, 59. And 3 straight alignment with 3/8 of a mile to go. Watch Me Shake It will take them to 3/4. Second is Red Dirt Rocket. Southwind Ricochet is tipped out from third. Following out fourth is Woodmere Honeymoon. In fifth along the inside, Sky Low Low. Racing sixth, Real Smoke Show. Then the trailer seventh. Woodmere Katie, new leader by 3/4. And up front between the horses, Southwind Ricochet. Watch Me Shake It is digging in and finding a little more late to retake the lead, turning for home. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 4. Watch Me Shake It. Southwind Ricochet to take another shot at the leader. Southwind Ricochet and Perio got there in the final stride. Second, that is Watch Me Shake It, rallying up the inside. Third, a Real Smoke Show in 1:59.4.
Well, the boys were fired up early off the wings, 3 wide past the 8th pole. Wasn't settled until almost the quarter when the 7, Watch Me Shake It, and the veteran Kenny Arsenault touchdown to the lead, getting to the front at the quarter, 29 flat, and then he had the brakes on, trying to get a breather for his 3-year-old filly, but he's watching. Half 59 and 3, 3/4 1:30 and 4, so a nice middle half breather of 1:01 and 4, and then he's got a late challenge here from the 1, Southwind Ricochet, who sat 3 early for Barrio, pounced on the leader late in the mile around the last turn. They're going to battle. The 7 digs back in, but Barrio reaches up in the final strides to nail it here. Closing quarter, 29 flat, 1:59 and 4 for Southwind Ricochet, just a 1/5 of a second off her lifetime best taken last year in Summerside. Southwind Ricochet and Barrio win the opener.
Southwind Ricochet arriving at the first race, winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, 3 years, the daughter of Better's Delight, is off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, R. Marie Hanover. Owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan. Bred by Southwind Farms of New Jersey. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer, and Jill Barrio is in the driver's seat. The mile 1:59 and 4. Southwind Ricochet in the Thursday night opener at Charlottetown.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our Play Wise advisors or stop by the Playwise Information Center.
Now the official results in race 1, Southwind Ricochet the winner. Woodmere Katie 7th. Woodmere Honeymoon 4th. Sky Low Low 5th. Red Dirt Rocket was 6th. Real Smoke Show 3rd. Watch Me Shake It finished 2nd. Fractions up 29, 59 and 3, 130 and 4, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 174, 56, 32. Southwind Ricochet paid $470 to win. Exactor 4640, Triactor 158.60, and the Superfecta 98.81.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. The nomination fee is $100 and due Thursday, May 29th, 2025.
Pownell Bay Colleen on the second race post parade is owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby and driven by Brody McPhee. Two is Big Booty Judy, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester and driven by Jason Hughes. 3 Pandemonic, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Jr. trains and drives. 4, Touch the Fire, owned by Sweet Crude Stables of Little Pond and Derek Cook from Stanhope. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 5, Elegant Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Norris Rogers. Starship Alaska 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Kyle Williams, trained by Earl Watts and driven by Harold Shepard. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt with information on the HPI rewards for PEI players.
That's right, Vance. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points, and you can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI. Okay, race 2 starters on track. 5-year-old younger, non-winners of one race life, filly and mares. And I'm going with the 3 here, Pandemonic. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the owner, and he is in the driver's seat for his first career drive, and he could win in his first career drive. This one was a really good qualifying line there. 28 and 4 final panel for a mile of 2:03 and 2, and behind Woodmere Rocket Man. Pretty nice trip and pretty nice lines last year in the Atlantic Sire Stake B division. It was a good second in 2 minutes 3/5 closing quarter. 29 and 3, made over 10,000 last year. The 3-year-old daughter by Roll With It Harry could give Miles his first career victory at 2-1. This filly's got a really good shot. Nice big filly. Pownell Bay Colleen, 3-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach. Brody McPhee will drive for trainer Tom Weatherby. Ian Smith is the owner breeder. This one's still looking for win number 1 of her career. 10 starts last year, 6 for 10 in the top 3. A little over 12,000 made. Showed trips in 59 and change to close out the season. Had a front end trip in the Lady Slipper Grassroots on October 5th. Just gave it up late, 59 and 3 race timed, finishing second in that event by a length and a quarter. Closed it out 33. A pretty nice qualifier from post 7. Was out most of it, 3 wide at the 3/4 pole, 5th by 3, closing quarter 28 and 4. Has rail control, pretty good gate speed. I could see Brody cutting the mile here in this compact field of 6 green fillies. And so Pownell Bay Colleen currently 8-5. Sweet Crude Stables and Derek Cook share ownership of Touch the Fire, 3-year-old daughter by Sunfire Blue Chip out of the Mike McGuigan stable. He's the trainer and driver, and this one had a good qualifier in 2:03 and 2, closing quarter 29 and 3 off a half and 1:02 and 4. Pretty nice back half in that one, and this one had 9 starts last year, a little over 4,500 made in earnings. Showed trips in 2:01 and 3 to close us out the season off that nice confidence building qualifying victory. I'm going to put this one in for third on my ticket. I'm at 3-1-4 in here. The 4 currently nice price at 9-1. Maiden fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's second race. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Pownell Bay Colleen, Big Booty Judy, Pandemonic. Touch the Fire, Elegant Gal, Starship Alaska. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, the inside trio leaving out Pandemonic, Big Booty Judy, and up the rail third to the turn, Pownell Bay Colleen. Coming up fourth on the outside, that is Starship Alaska. Round the turn in fifth, Touch the Fire, and the early trailer, Elegant Gal. So the quarter pole bound, led by Pandemonic and Miles Heffernan Jr. making his pari-mutuel debut, and he's got early company, the Blue Knight. Comes with Big Booty Judy to their outside. They're set to take over. Pandemonic now races from second. Pownell Bay Colleen is third. Then dropped in to be fourth is Starship Alaska, racing fifth. Touch the Fire, and then the trailer, Elegant Gal, just 31 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Big Booty Judy and the Blue Knight Hughes, they went to the front. Here comes Pownell Bay Colleen, the heavy favorite at 1-4. Then racing towards the rail, Pandemonic on the move in the outside fourth. Touch the Fire's underway. Racing fifth, Starship Alaska, trailing sixth. That's Elegant Gal. They're halfway home with the new leader, Pownell Bay Colleen for Brody McPhee. Up second on the outside is Touch the Fire. The half mile Just 102 and 2. Racing towards the rail, Big Booty Judy. Coming fourth on the outside, Starship Laska. Then fifth up the rail, Pandemonic. And the trailer is Elegant Gal. On the backstretch they go, and the tempo starts to pick up. On the front end, the leader going to three quarters. Funnel Bay Colleen. Second is Touch the Fire. On to take over third on the outside. Starship Laska backpedaling fourth. Big Booty Judy moving fifth between horses. Pandemonic. And then the trailer out three wide. Elegant Gal, the three quarters in 1:32 and 1. They picked it up to 29 and 4 in the third quarter. And they turn for home. Funnel Bay Colleen the leader. On the outside, Starship Laska is second. Touch the Fire third. On the wire next, Funnel Bay Colleen. Starship Laska just upset them here. In line to Harold Shepard. Second, Funnel Bay Colleen. Third was Touch the Fire in 2:01 and a 1.
Well, the team of Shepard and Watts had a big win on Saturday night, and they get another win here as Harold times it perfectly with Starship Alaska. Got away fourth early. 31 was the opening quarter for Pandemonic, and then Big Booty Judy and Hughes went back to the front, and didn't last long though, because Funnel Bay Colleen pounced on that leader coming to the half, and the half was soft, 102 and 2 3/4. 132 and 1. The one Funnel Bay Colleen and Starship Laska going to battle down the stretch. They kick home in 29 flat, and Starship Laska times it perfectly at 12 to 1. Great price for the 6 in here. 614 is the unofficial try in race 2.
As my colleague Mr. Hughes said, the veteran Harold Shepard timed it perfectly here in the second race, as Starship Laska will take him into the winner's circle here in the second race. Starship Laska, Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Arthur Blue Chip off the American Ideal Dam, American Chocolate, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Kyle Williams. Bred by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, and Harold Shepard will guide the filly to a maiden record tonight. She'll come home in 28 and change for a mile in 2:01 and 1. Starship Alaska upsets the second.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now, the official results from the second race: Punnell Bay Colleen, second. Big Booty Judy was sixth. Pandemonic finished fourth. Touch the Fire, third. Elegant Gal, fifth. Starship Alaska was the race winner. Fractions were 31, 102 and 2, 132 and 1, and the mile in 201 and 1. From the top, your program reads 264 351. Starship Alaska paid 27.80 to win. The exactor 58.30, triactor 508.40, superfact at 51.93, and the early daily double $110. J.J. Kinley leads the third race on post parade on Bedella J of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. 2 is Shelley Spirit, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. 3, Mockbook Pro is owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul Conway trains, Zach Conway driving. 4, Southern Heart, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is No Fool Tobago, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington. The drive goes to Brady Sweet. Heather's Pet number 6, owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. Todd Walsh drives. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt is next with details on the Gold Cup and Saucer 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
That's right, Vance. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery and featuring a purse of $100,000, is scheduled for Saturday, August 16th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And this year, all of the Gold Cup trials will be on one day, that's Saturday, August 9th, with a 4 p.m. post time. For more details on the Gold Cup and Saucer 66, please visit Redshores.ca. Race 3 starters on track, roughly 4 minutes to post, and we got one equipment change in this race. The 4 is Southern Heart, adding a Murphy blind on the inside. So the 4, Southern Heart, will add a Murphy blind on the inside. I'm going with Shelley Spirit. I like the 2 Keith Ford trains and drives for owner Douglas Lee and David Neal. Keith shares ownership with the Neal boys, and Ben Matheson, 4-year-old mare by Peng Shui. Had a pretty good opening night, 5th place finish there, 59 and 4, and a nice qualifier prior to that. Second in 2 minutes, 4/5. Closed it out 29 and 2 last week in her first start back, and that was at that Winners of One, not more than 2 races. Life, Mind, Body, and Soul was the winner. Tobin's Dream, pretty nice horses. And so moving into the non-winners of 401 here tonight with a great post. I think this mare, she does have good gate speed, so I think Ford's going to put the pedal to the metal off the gate, and I think they cut it and lead gate to wire. 2-5 currently. Another one with great gate speed is Heather's Pet, the 6. Todd Walsh will drive for trainer Neil Bamberg. He is also the owner from Charlottetown. Head post 4 in her first start back. Got away in the 3-hole, ended up 4th, beaten 3 3/4 lengths at the wire. Race timed in 2 minutes, 3/5. So we'll see how they do from post 6. But if Walsh is aggressive, he could maybe dip right into that 2-hole. Not a lot of early speed in here outside of the 2 Shelley Spirit. Mockbook Pro does have a little gate speed. Maybe No Fool Tobago as well. But Heather's Pet, she can really bust off the wing. So if he's aggressive, he could get a great trip in here. And that's the way I see it setting up. 13-1 currently on the 6. And there's a look at the 4 Southern Heart. You see that Murphy blind on the inside there, that black blind covering the outside of her left eye, and that'll just kind of keep her a little straighter, hopefully. And so Southern Heart, the trainer Ron Matheson, making that little equipment addition on the 4. And so Southern Heart had a qualifier 201 and 3, uneventful in there. Head post 2, got away 5th, just went around, nice trip. Closing quarter, 28 and 1. Reeled off a couple wins in a row in that McRae Memorial, Joe and Stephen McRae Memorial last December. Was really good in that series. Ended up second in the final. Shows a nice trip in 2 minutes as well. At this level, she's pretty competitive, and so she has a great post. Corey gets along with her great, and so I'm going to put her in for 3rd on my ticket. I'm at 2-6 for the 4, currently 5-1. Philly Mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 3rd race. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
J.J. Kinley, Shelley Spirit, Mockbook Pro, Southern Heart, No Fool Tobago, Heather's Pet, a half a dozen noses up on the starting gate here in the third. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Mockbook Pro leaving out. Shelley Spirit along the rail, far outside. That's Heather's Pet leaving out. Then the fourth one into the turn is Southern Heart. Away fifth, No Fool Tobago. Then the trailer, J.J. Kinley by the eighth pole, and they straighten up the backstretch, and they're going to the opening quarter. On the outside, the leader, Heather's Pet for Todd Walsh. But at the rail, Shelley Spirit gonna take him on. A little brouhaha here as they arrive at the opening quarter. Shelley Spirit has been floored out in front. Heather's Pet has dropped in for the two-hole ride. 29 seconds flat opened it up. Mockbook Pro around the turn third. Southern Heart fourth. No Fool Tobago fifth. And the trailer sixth. J.J. Kinley, they're in straight alignment now as they move through the stretch. Arriving next at the opening half mile, and that's Shelley Spirit. She's the heavy favorite at 1-4. Racing second, Heather's Pet third. Is Mockbook Pro continuing fourth. That's Southern Heart. No Fool Tobago fifth. And the trailer, J.J. Kinley, 59 and 2 the half mile. They around the paddock turn for time two. Led to 5/8 by Shelley Spirit. Second is Heather's Pet, dropping off the leaders in third. Mockbook Pro. Southern Heart is tipping out from fourth. No Fool Tobago fifth. J.J. Kinley sixth. 3/4 coming next. Shelley Spirit has opened up a two-length lead, and it's getting late now. Racing second at the rail. That's Heather's Pet, first up third. That's Southern Heart. Fourth is Mockbook Pro. No Fool Tobago coming three wide late. And the trailer, J.J. Kinley, 1:29 and 2 with straight quarters. And it's all Shelley Spirit in here. No Fool Tobago is picked up second. Southern Heart third. But it's Shelley Spirit all alone on the line for Keith Ford. Rallying in second, No Fool Tobago. Third will go to Southern Heart in 1:58.4.
Well, no surprises in here as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for race 3. Shelley Spirit using that inside post to her advantage. Keith Ford wanted the front, insisted on getting the 6 Heather's Pet in behind her, and he did just that. 29, half 59 and 2, 129 and 2 to the 3/4. Closing quarter, 29 and 2 for a nice mile, 158 and 4, just 3 ticks off her a lifetime best. Shelley Spirit is a jog burger here in a race 3. 2:54 unofficially is the try in the third.
Shelley Spirit in the third race winner's circle by pacing mare. She's forward by Peng Shui off the Yankee Leader Dam. MD Casey's Charm owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson, bred by Gordon, David and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. She's trained and driven to victory by Keith Ford. The mile in 1:58 and 4. Shelley Spirit delivers in the third.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results now from the third race. J.J. Kinley fifth, Shelley Spirit the winner. Mockbook Pro fourth, Southern Heart third. No Fool Tobago was second. Heather's Pet finished sixth. Fractions went 29, 59 and 2, 129 and 2, and the mile 158 and 4. In review, your program reads 514, 326. Shelley Spirit paid $260. The Exactor $830. The Triactor $21, and the Superfecta $640.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Redshores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. There's a look at that Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam. We're all in agreement here with our first two. 624 for me. Post time picks, Peter McPhee. He likes a 621. Classifier's choice, 623, as the horses are making their way out of the paddock onto the track. Post parade is next.
Maiden Paces for the fourth race. Enter the track for Post Parade. Number 1, The Last Darty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Harold Shepard. 2 is Ruthless Diva, owned and trained by James Perot from Stratford. James Perot, the owner, Jared Perot trains. Ryan DeRoche tonight drives. 3 is Cinnamon Swirls, owned by Stacy Darrow from Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Stacy does the training and driven by Corey McPherson. Real Delicious is the 4, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is JJ Nicky, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff does the training. Jacob Sweet driving. 6 is Hamac Hardy, owned by Wayne McCrae, Brady Doyle, Bob Tilley, and Gary Mott. The trainer-driver, Jill Barrio. There's 5 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Early Super High Five has a carryover of over $830 coming up in race number 5 tonight.
Nice little carryover there in our first Super High Five, which takes place in our next race, race 5. So after you take a look at race 4 here, you might want to skip over to race 5 and get doing your homework, because that is a nice little addition to the pool this evening. Race 4 starters are on track. Hamac Hottie. Looks like everyone's picked to win in here. Currently 1-4 on the board, and could be 1-4 the best. We'll see what happens when the wings full, but that's a pretty nice qualifier. 2:01 flat, 28-3 final panel. 3 for 4, lightly raced last year. 3-year-old daughter by All Bets Off, owned by Wayne McCrae, Brady Doyle, Robert Tilley, and Gary Mott. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver. Good looking filly on the track. Had a good second to close out her freshman campaign there. Got to the front, ended up second by a half, 58-4 in a ladies slipper grass route. Pretty good way to shut her down. And so off that qualifier with that good closing quarter, 28-3 in this compact field of 6. Even though she has post 6, I do think she is the one to beat. Hamac Hottie still the chalk, currently 1-2. Okay, there's the 2. Ruthless Diva on the screen right now. 3-year-old filly by Silver Hill Shadow. James Perot of Stratford is the owner. Jared Perot, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat. This filly raced all the big dances last summer. Lady Slipper Gold, Atlantic Sire Stake A Division, Breeders' Crown final. Kind of a fringe player last year. Showed back-to-back third place finishes there in the bottom lines in in Atlantic Sire Stake A action. So this filly, she had some good miles last year, but still looking for win number 1, competing against the best. That can be tough, and so looking for a confidence building win here tonight. Could get a good post 2, made over 13,000 last year, 5 for 11 in the top 3. Shows some trips sub 2 minutes there. 58-3 for Mark Campbell. 2 starts back there in that Lady Slipper Gold, even though she was 7th on that day. Pretty nice mile. But Ruthless Diva in this class here tonight definitely has a shot to hit the ticket at 5-1. There's the 4 Real Delicious, owned by Donnie McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester, the trainer. Jason Hughes will drive. Had a pretty nice first start. Third, sat 2 that last week on May 3rd, and race timed in 2:03 flat. Closing quarter 29-3. Good qualifier in 2:04, 30-1 on the end of it on that day. Mark Campbell was in the seat last week. Jason Hughes in the seat tonight. Leaving mid-pack. Good-looking filly out on the track. Malicious. He always throws a really nice-looking horse. And this one is a real good-looking filly. And so we'll see how they do from post 4. 6-1 on the morning line. Currently 22-1 on the board. I'm throwing her in there for third on my ticket. I'm at 6-2-4. Good luck with your selections here in race 4. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 4. Starters are on gate, so let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Someone's going to pick up a maiden record in here as the maiden pacers line up in the 4th. The last starty. Ruthless Diva. Cinnamon Swirls, Real Delicious. JJ Nicky and Hamakati. Top of the stretch. Approaching the start. The rough and pacing Ruthless Diva, the first one out. Second one into the turn, Real Delicious to get away third. Towards the inside, moving around to the opening 8, JJ Nicky. On the outside, 4th is Hamakati. Away 5th, the last 30. And then the trailer, Cinnamon Swirls, is 6th. To the backstretch, led by Ruthless Diva for Ryan DeRoche. It's going to be short-lived. Here comes the post-time favorite, Hamakati and Barrio, to take over the lead as they arrive at the opening quarter. Ruthless Diva goes second. Back off the leaders in the early going third is Real Delicious. Then alone in 4th is JJ Nicky. 5th, the last 30. And the trailer 6, Cinnamon Swirls, 30. And 2 was the opening quarter. On by the 3/8 pole, led by Hamakati. In the 2 hole, that is Ruthless Diva racing third. Real Delicious. That is JJ Nicky 4th. In 5th, the last 30. And trailing 6, Cinnamon Swirl. Looking for a second panel breather in here. That heavy favorite up front, is Halmack Hottie halfway home in 101 and 3. That was just 31 and 1 in the second split. Straight alignment as they round the paddock turn for the second time. On top at 5/8, it's Halmack Hottie. Second, Ruthless Diva. Third, that is Real Delicious. Tipping out from fourth, J.J. Nicky. Fifth, the last 30. Cinnamon Swirl sixth. The 3/4 coming next. 2 lengths out in front at that station. Halmack Hottie now make it 3. Ruthless Diva second. Third is Real Delicious. Hanging fourth on the outside is J.J. Nicky. The 3/4 in 1. 32 and 1. And they're homeward bound. Halmack Hottie looking to see it through. That's Ruthless Diva second. Third is Real Delicious. But it's Halmack Hottie. She'll be all alone for Barrio on the line. Second is Ruthless Diva. Holding third, Real Delicious. 2 minutes, 3/5.
Okay, Halmack Hottie dominating in this fourth race as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo. Barrio unhurried off the gate, just taking his time, getting to the front. Ruthless Diva, Darash took a look over his right shoulder as they're heading up to the quarter. Happy to release this one to the front. Great one to follow, and this one goes the distance on the front end. Half 101 and 3/3, 132 and 1. Nice maiden breaking score here in 2 minutes. 3/5. This 3-year-old daughter of all bets off under wraps as they hit the wire for Barrio. The Maritime Magic Man does get it done here in race 4. Ruthless Diva is second, and Real Delicious does round out the try. So it's a 6-4 ice cold try for me here in race 4.
Halmack Hottie goes to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, 3 years, a daughter of all bets off from the Art Major Dam, Red Hot Hill, owned by Wayne McCrae, Brady Doyle, Bob Tilley, and Gary Mott, bred by Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Gilles Barrio trains and drives for Gilles. That's his second driving victory for the double. The filly has a maiden record tonight of 2 minutes, 3/5. She'll close it out in 28 and 2. Halmack Hottie for the Barrio double in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the fourth race, the last darty, 6th. Ruthless Diva finished second. Cinnamon Swirls, 4th. Real Delicious finished 3rd. J.J. Nicky was 5th. Halmack Hottie, the race winner, fractions up in 30 and 2, 101 and 3. 132 and 1. And the mile was 2 minutes, and 3/5. In review, 624, 351. Hamac Hottie, 260. The Exactor, 550. The Triactor, 3360. Supervecta, 909.
Red Shores is now accepting applications for the Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. Since 1961, Gold Cup Ambassadors have been representing world-class horses during Old Home Week, and this is an event-based position that will allow successful applicants the chance to meet lots of new people, develop skills, and be part of the fun and energetic team. If you are interested in applying, please visit Career Beacon and search Gold Cup Ambassador. Application deadline is May 14th.
Fifth race featuring the Super High Five on parade. Number 1, Roll with It Darling, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Corey McPherson drives. 2 is Scratch. Number 3, Timberly Lady, owned by Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. 4 is Lady Lamurai, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, trained by Adam Murner. Note the driver change to Brady Sweet. Brady Sweet driving 4, Lady Lamurai. 5 is Woodmere Kennedy, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Tall Dark Latte wears 6, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee driving. Number 7 is Maya, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner trains and drives. My Happy Place wears number 8, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Burial. 9 is Sensational Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. That's Norris Rogers. Number 10 is SARS Piece of Heaven, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby. Jason Hughes in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. And Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the Super High Five, and we've got an $830 carryover going in to the 5th, and we thank our friends from Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the far outside, Kurt. It's post position 8. Don't like that number, but like the horse wearing it tonight, this filly, I think can get there from post position 8 here tonight. I'll use her on top. Going to number 5, Woodmere Kennedy for the deuce. Throwing in a bit of a long shot with the 3, Timberly Lady. We're going to use her for your show dough combination in here. I'll use one roll with the Darling. She looked real solid in her qualifier as a free-legged pacer. I'll close it out with number 6, Tall Dark Latte. It's 85316 from the booth. Mr. Hughes, your choices.
I like most of your choices too, Vance. The 10 moving into the post 2 scares me a little bit. Zara's Piece of Heaven and Hughes, they've been good together last year here. Mark of 56-4 at Charlottetown. 4-time winner last year. 0 for 5 so far this year. Had been racing in Ontario, back to PEI, coming off that qualifier, moving into post 2 with the scratch of the 2. So they could throw a wrench into our tickets here, but we did our picks earlier, so I'm going to stick with it. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm going 8-1-5-3-4. I'm with you. I do like the 8 on the outside of the gate, my happy place. She raced great in the Harvest at Mohawk. Back-to-back second place finishes. The last one was a really impressive mile. Second by a head, 53 flat, 27-4. Final panel. Had a real good qualifier, 59-4, so I do like her on top. I'm going to put Roll With It Darling on the rail. In for the deuce, the 5, Woodmere Kennedy for third, the 3, Timberly Lady for fourth, and the 4, Lady Lamurai, who now has Brady Sweet driving. So there's a driver change on the 4. Brady Sweet will now drive, so I'm going to throw the 4 in for fifth, but watch out for that 10, who now moves into post 2. Could throw a wrench into my ticket at least. 8-1-5-3-4 for me. Vance Cameron likes an 8-5-3-1-6, and again, as Vance mentioned, over a $830 carryover going into this super high 5. Good luck with your picks here in the 5th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 5, super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Roll with it, darlings. Ours piece of heaven, Timberly Lady, Lady Lamurai. Woodmere Kennedy, Tall Dark Latte. Maya, My Happy Place. We've got a trailer this time around. Sensational Gal, super high 5, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off stride at the back goes 9, Sensational Gal, and the rest are rough and pacing. Roll with it, Darling, along the rail, is guarding the cones into the turn. Woodmere Kennedy up between horses, 3 high for third. That is Tall Dark Latte. Along the rail, 4th. That is Timberly Lady. Dropping in 5th is My Happy Place. Then 6th, Ours Piece of Heaven. 7th, Lady Lemurai. Then in 8th, that is Maya. And in the backfield, Sensational Gal. They arrive at the opening quarter. Woodmere Kennedy made front for Mark Campbell, and they opened it up to 29 seconds flat. Roll with it, darling, around the turn, second, Timberly Lady third. Then in 4th, it's Tall Dark Latte. Racing 5th is My Happy Place. 6th one up the rails, Ours Piece of Heaven. Lady Lemurai is 7th. Then 8th is Maya, and the trailer 9th, Sensational Gal. They're halfway home here in the 5th, led by Woodmere Kennedy. Here comes My Happy Place, picking them up, and I mean picking them up on the outside, up to engage the leader. Racing third, a roll with it, darling. 4th up the rail, Timberly Lady. Moving up 5th from the outside, that's Tall Dark Latte. Off stride on the turn, went roll with it, darling. They're headed to 3/4 off of 59 and 3 opening half mile. The leader, Woodmere Kennedy. The challenger, My Happy Place, is now the leader. My Happy Place takes over late. Woodmere Kennedy second. Timberly Lady at long odds is coming third. Tall Dark Latte 4th on the outside. 5th along the rail, Ours Piece of Heaven. 129 and 1 was 3/4. They're headed on home. My Happy Place, Timberly Lady looking for a big time shocker here on the outside, but My Happy Place triples up the Maritime Magic Man Barrio. Second, Timberly Lady. And up the inside, third's Ours Piece of Heaven. The trip in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 5. My Happy Place, driven aggressively by Barrio for good reason. She was much the best. Brushed really hard there at the half, 59 and 3. Campbell was trying to get a breather with Woodmere Kennedy, the 5. Up the backstretch, it looked like Barrio was maybe going to duck into the 2-hole, but then Woodmere Kennedy came back to him, and he just kept on driving. Cleared right past, got to the front, 129 and 1. Kicked home in 29 flat for an impressive victory in her first start off the bench. 158 and 1 is the mile, and that is a new pacing record for this 3-year-old daughter by Shadow Play. The 3 raced well. Timberly Lady in there for the dues, and Ours Piece of Heaven does get part of this ticket, finishing 3rd, and the 5. Woodmere Kennedy is 4th, and Lady Lamurai rounds out the super high 5. So it's 8-3, 10, 5-4 unofficially here in race 5.
My Happy Place going to the winner's circle in the fifth. Pacing filly, 3 years. The daughter of Shadow Play from the Arts Place Dam Smiles Place, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, bred by Charlotte Ranch, C1AMG Stables of New Brunswick. Ronnie Matheson has the training double. And Hall of Famer Gilberto picks up the driving triple tonight. Philly has a new record of 158-1. My Happy Place doubles up Matheson, triples up Berrio in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results in race 5. Roll With It Darling was 8th. Sahara Sunshine was scratched. Timberly Lady finished 2nd. Lady Lamurai 5th. Woodmere Kennedy 4th. Tall Dark Latte was 6th. Maya finished 7th. My Happy Place, the race winner. Sensational Gal was 9th. Czar's Piece of Heaven finished 3rd. The fractions were 29, 59-3, 129-1, and the mile in 158-1. In review, it's 8 scratch 2, 5 4 6 7 1 9 3. My Happy Place paid $340. The exactor was $70.20. The triactor at $942, and the Super High Five carryover.
The 57th edition of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring a purse of $50,000 is scheduled for Saturday, July 19th at Red Shores, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers, post time for the Governor's Plate program is 4 p.m. and you can get more details on Summerside's biggest week of racing by visiting Redshores.ca.
Woodmere Lizzie on the sixth race post parade is owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by David O'Brien, tonight Corey McPherson. 2 Woodmere Betcha, owned by the stable Woodmere Betcha from Guelph, Ontario, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. All About the Bet is 3, owned by Megan Sweet of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweets in the driver's seat. 4 Steady Heart, owned by Bo Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. Bo does the training and driven by Gil Barrio. Tobin's Dream 5, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, driven by Mark Campbell. Lorne Valley Live is number 6, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Rick Armstrong, Miles Heffernan Senior drives. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt picks up the top contenders in just a moment, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, race 6 starters on track. We have another carryover going into the last race on the card. The Super High Five didn't go in that 5th race, so 2,180 cents will be carried over onto the last race. So another carryover in the Super High Five. Again, it comes up in race 11 tonight. Race 6 starters, again, as I mentioned, on track. Woodmere Betcha, my top play, currently 2-5 on the board. Slight edge for favorite. Has a real good post here to work from 3-year-old daughter by Bet the Moon. Got a late start to her 2-year-old campaign. Never raced until December. Reeled up 3 wins in a row, and then raced 2 times in January. Made a break, and then that last start fading to 9th off on the off track. But how about that qualifier? Rallying to finish second, 58-3. Closing quarter, 27-4. This filly comes from an incredible family. The stable, Woodmere Betcha of Guelph, owns this filly, and they have a real good shot at getting their picture taken here in race 6. Great post. Murner will drive for trainer Jamie Smith. 2-5 on the board. There's another good-looking filly with a great shot at picking up the win in this race. Steady Heart, the 4. Bo Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. They all share ownership. 3-year-old daughter of Sunfire, Blue Chip out of the mare Bo used to race in the top class here. Pretty and Dangerous. She had a nice qualifier there, 2 minutes flat. And closing quarter, 27-3. They shut her down off that big first up win in a Lady Slipper Grassroot back in October. She had 3 starts last year, a win and a second, almost 10,000 in earnings. So off that qualifier with that snappy last quarter, I think she's got a great shot in here for sure. The 4, Steady Heart, Gilberto, a will drive at 5-2. Okay, there was the 4, Steady Heart. Here we go. We got the 5, Tobin's Dream, on the screen right now. Reg McPherson is the owner, 3-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror. Mark Campbell will drive for trainer Kevin McLean. And this one had a nice trip in her first start off the bench. 59 flat, 29 flat final panel in behind Mind, Body, and Soul. Pretty nice start to kick things off here in 2025. Pretty good year last year, over 31,000 made. Tobin Stream currently 5-1 on the board. I'm at 2, 4, 5 here in race 6. Good luck with your picks. Last call for 50-50s here in the top of the park. Over 400 currently to the winner. Last call. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 6. Filly mares lining up in behind the gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Lizzie, Woodmere Betcha, all about the bet. Steady Heart, Tobin's Dream, and Lorne Valley Live. Top of the stretch. ready for start. There they go, and offside, getting away goes Steady Heart. Lauren Valley Live is sent from the outside and right to the front, well before the turn. To get away second, Woodmere Lizzie. Coming third on the outside is Tobin's Dream. To get away fourth, that is Woodmere Betcha. Then fifth, It's All About the Bet, and the trailer after the miscue, that is Steady Heart as they race the backstretch. And moving on to the lead, Tobin's Dream for Mark Campbell takes over. Here comes Woodmere Betcha rushing up now to challenge the leader. Third up the rail, Lorne Valley Live, racing from fourth, Woodmere Lizzie. Fifth is All About the Bet, and the trailer, Steady Heart. 30 and 2 opened it up, and this is our third leader in here. Going on by the 3/8, and now up front on the point, Woodmere Betcha with Adam Murner. Second is Tobin's Dream, Lorne Valley Live third, Woodmere Lizzie, she's fourth. Racing fifth is All About the Bet, and the trailer 6 is Steady Heart. Halfway home, led by Woodmere Betcha. Now racing from second is Tobin's Dream, 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. 29 and 3 in the second split. Rounding the paddock turn, approaching 5/8. The leader, Woodmere Betcha. Second, that's Tobin's Dream. Lorne Valley Live goes up the backstretch third. Fourth is Woodmere Lizzie. All About the Bet is tipped out from fifth. Steady Heart is sixth. 3/4 home, and they arrive there, led by Woodmere Betcha. Tobin's Dream continuing to track second. Lorne Valley Live third. Fourth on the cones is Woodmere Lizzie. 3/4 and 1:30 and 3/8 of a mile out. And Woodmere Betcha brings them home. Tobin's Dream is second. Lorne Valley Live on the outside third. Deep stretch now. Woodmere Betcha and Murner on the line. Tobin's Dream second. Lorne Valley Live will finish third. And the time for the mile, they're home in 1:58.4.
This filly looked good in her first start off the bench. Murner, little patient steer here early in the mile before touching down to the front just past the quarter. 30 and 2. Tobin's Dream had a great pocket ride here through the fractions of minute. 1:30 and 3. Kicked home in 28 and 1. Woodmere Betcha and Murner kick off 2025 with an impressive victory here in race number 6. The 5, Tobin's Dream second, and the 6, Lorne Valley Live is third unofficially. 2-5-6 here in race 6.
Woodmere Betcha in the sixth race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 3 by Bet the Moon off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Home of the stable Woodmere Betcha from Guelph, Ontario, bred by Woodmere Farms in Marshfield, trained by Jamie Smith. Driven to victory by Adam Murner. The miles in 1:58 and 4. Filly closing it out in 28-1. Woodmere Betcha in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in race 6. Woodmere Lizzie 5th. Woodmere Bancher the race winner. All About the Bat 4th. Steady Heart was 6th. Tobin's Dream finished 2nd. Lorne Valley Live was 3rd. Fractions were 30 and 2. 1 minute. 1:30 and 3. And the mile in 1:58 and 4. In review, 5:14.623. Woodmere Betcha paid $250. The exactor $850. The triactor $79.20. And the superfecta was $37.03.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players with an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Woodbine Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. Sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
Seventh race, Trotters are on post parade. Number 1, Glider Man, owned by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Jason Hughes drives. Buckhead Ridge wears number 2, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's aboard. Whole Nother number 3 is owned and trained by Teddy Smallwood of Charlottetown. Willie McKay drives. 4 is Kirrod. Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River is the owner and the driver. Shayna Toll trains. 5 is New Legacy, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling. 3 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center in race 1. Barrio's having quite a night, and he kicked things off here in the opener with a win aboard Southwind Ricochet out of the Ron Matheson stable, who's having a pretty good night as well. He's got a couple wins on the card, and this was his first as Southwind Ricochet gets up in the final strides to get the win in 159. And for 176 was the try, and it paid a good ticket at 158.60. And then race 2, it was Starship Alaska at long odds for Harold Shepard, as he's going to time it perfectly with this 3-year-old daughter by Arthur Blue Chip getting up for the win in 2:01 and 1 off a half and 1:02 and 2. She was smoking down the stretch, and she gets up for the win. 6:14 is the winning try, and it paid a whopper of a ticket at 5:08.40. Over in race 3, it was the 2, Shelley Spirit, sent off as the chalk for Keith Ford, and Keith didn't make any mistakes in this one, putting her right on the engine, and she went gate to wire on top off a half of 59 and 2. She stopped the clock at 158 and 4. The 5 gets up for second, No Fool Tobago with the 4. Southern Heart third. The chalky try paid $21. And then race 4 was Howmack Hottie with one out of his own stable. Gilberto trains and drives his 3-year-old daughter by all bets off. She gets up for the win in 2 minutes 3/5 off a half and 1:01 and 3. Back half 59, and she was on cruise control hitting the wire. 6:24 was the winning try, and it paid $33.60. And then race 5, it was super high 5 time. We had $830 going into that pool carryover. It didn't go, so $2,100 is now in the pool, and it carries over to the last race of the card. The winner of race 5 was My Happy Place, a first over brush and crush style win for Barrio, out of the Ron Matheson stable, getting the win in 158 and 1. Big trip for the 3-year-old daughter by Shadow Play. The try played good there too, 942. Nice ticket. Over in race 6 we go. Woodmere Betcha back to a chalky ticket here with the Woodmere Betcha going off as the favorite. Tobin's Dream in there for second. Had a good pocket ride for Campbell. And the 6, Lorne Valley Live, is third. 256 try paid $79.20. Woodmere Betcha stopped the clock in 58 and 4. Nice trip for Murner and Jamie Smith. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, Trotters on track here for race 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 7th. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Glider Man, Buckhead Ridge, Whole Nother, Curot, New Legacy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and trotting, Curad leaving out. Buckhead Ridge along the rail and joining them to their outside. New Legacy. 3 high as they trot round the turn. To get away fourth is Glider Man. And the early trailer, that's Whole Nother. Here comes New Legacy. On to the lead for David Dowling. Second is Buckhead Ridge trotting into third. That's Curad. Back into fourth is Glider Man and the trailer Whole Nother. Oh, we've got an early tussle going on here on the front end. Buckhead Ridge and Mark Campbell, they're headed back to the lead. And the pylons up at 29 and 2 opening quarter. New Legacy there second, racing third. Curad well off the leaders fourth. That's Glider Man. Then the trailer fifth is Whole Nother. Down the stretch they come. And the newcomer to Charlottetown, Buckhead Ridge, is the midway point leader. New Legacy second, all alone in third. Curad fourth. That's Glider Man. And the trailer fifth. Whole Nother 58 and 4 for half a mile. Consecutive 29 and 2 splits. They'll trot over to the 5H led by Buckhead Ridge. New Legacy second, closing up in third. That's Curad. Then in fourth, Glider Man. And on the outside fifth, that's Whole Nother. 3/4 comes next. Buckhead Ridge arriving there with the lead on New Legacy. To the outside from third went Curad. Up the rail, Glider Man fourth. Whole Nother fifth. 1:30 and 3. Campbell got a soft third quarter in here, and they're homeward bound on the trot. Buckhead Ridge the leader. New Legacy tipped out for the stretch drive. Glider Man coming up the inside third. Oh, welcome to Charlottetown. Buckhead Ridge from Mark Campbell. New Legacy second. Glider Man rallied third. Time for the mile in 1:59.2.
Little give and go action early in this 7th race trot with New Legacy getting to the front. Buckhead Ridge and Campbell back to the front. 29 and 2, half 58 and 4, but the winning move was that third quarter breather, 31 and 4, getting down there in 1:30 and 3. Throws the last quarter at them in 28 and 4 for a nice trip. 1:59 and 2 as Buckhead Ridge and Campbell win in the debut. Buckhead Ridge is a 5-year-old gelding by Nuncio and Landon Campbell is the trainer. So congratulations to the Connections and Brady Doyle, the owner of Stratford, as they win the 7th.
Buckhead Ridge arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Gelding, the 5-year-old son of Nuncio, is off the Cantab Hall Dam to an Ella. Owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, bred by Russell Williams of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by Landon Campbell and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. He'll make his Charlottetown debut, a winning one this night in 159 and 2. Buckhead Ridge in the 7th. Here's the official results in the 7th race. Glider Man 3rd. Buckhead Ridge was the winner. Whole Nother finished 5th. Curad finished 4th. New Legacy was 2nd. They went fractions of 29 and 2, 58 and 4, 130 and 3, and the Mild in 159 and 2. From the top, your program reads 31542. Buckhead Ridge paid $350 to win. The Exactor $470, Triactor $2180, Superfecta $203. On the 8th race post parade, number 1, Rock and Roll K's, now owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. 2 is Miss Maddie P., owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd trains and drives. Sigali number 3, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly. Mark Bradley's up. 4, Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, driven by Ryan DeRage. 5 is Lorne Valley Barb, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer-driver. Number 6, Princess Halo, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Junior Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer. The drive goes to Brady Sweet. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with details on the 2025 Birthplace of Confederation Series presented by the City of Charlottetown.
That's right, Vance. The Birthplace of Confederation Series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. And this year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during a Gold Cup week. The eliminations are scheduled for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August 16th. Okay, looks like everybody's on board. The one here, Rock and Roll K's 8th race starters are on track. Philly Mares now winners 701 last 4 starts. And Rock and Roll K's with the pole position, driven tonight by David Dowling for trainer Jen Doyle. Albert Hickox of South Freetown is the owner. And she's getting all the attention, and for good reason. Good qualifier there, 58-4. She has good gate speed, loves the front end with the rail here tonight. I think Dowling's going to push out and try and control things. And if he can get the fractions he wants on the front, they're not going to catch her. So Rock and Roll K's currently still 1-9 on the board. We'll see if she can go the distance here for Dowling and Doyle. I went right next door to Rock and Roll K's for the for second on my ticket. The 2, Miss Maddie P, 5-year-old mare by Fear the Dragon, owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadgen, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. He trains and drives and shares ownership on this mare, and she looked good in her debut here in Charlottetown. 58-1 race time. She had a good 2-hole ride. Ended up third, beaten 3.5 at the wire. Closed it out 29 flat. So good acclimating mile last week for Miss Maddie P. Should get a great trip here from post 2, perhaps following the 1. We'll see what happens when the wings full, but that's the way I see it setting up. Todd Walsh and Miss Maddie P currently 10-1 on the board.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets tonight, valued at $435. The winning number is B1596230. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $435, B1596230. Good luck.
All right, running out of time to get a ticket here on race 8 to close out my triactor. I'm going with Sigali, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown. Philip Kelly, the trainer. Mark Bradley will drive. Zach Noy was in the seat for the qualifier. Pretty good qualifier. 4th, 2 minutes, 2/5, 28-4 final panel. This one has really good gate speed as well. As you can look down those lines, a lot of 1s on that card. So she's been cutting the mile, especially in that Joe and Stephen McRae Memorial, doing a lot of cutting on those days back in December. So we'll see how they do in their first start back. I'm thinking they're probably going to take a seat and sit third in here, and I think it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. We'll see if we're correct. 1, 2, 3 is my try in here. The 3, 26-1 on the board. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 8. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rock and Roll K's has been taking all the money right from the get-go. Miss Maddie P. Sigali. Catch a few rays, Lorne Valley Barb and Princess Halo, top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Up and pacing, Rock and Roll K's along the rail. The first one out. Second is Miss Maddie P. Third one, as they make their way round the turn, that is Sigali. To get away fourth on the cones, catch a few rays. On the outside fifth, Lorne Valley Barb. Early trailer six. Princess Halo, they're on the back stretch for the first time, going to the opening quarter, and that 1-9 chalk right on the choo-choo. Rock and Roll K's for David Dowling. Tucked away second, Miss Maddie P. Then in third, that is Sigali. Dropped in fourth is Lorne Valley Barb, racing from fifth, Catch a Few Rays, followed by the trailer, who is Princess Halo. 30-2 was the front quarter mile. They're in straight alignment as they round the top turn. On the point, Rock and Roll K's in complete command. Racing second, Miss Maddie P. Out of the turn in third. That is Sigali. Racing from fourth is Lorne Valley Barb. Fifth is Catch a Few Rays. And the sixth one, Princess Halo. Halfway home in the eighth, opening up now by 2 or a little more. That's Rock and Roll K's at the half in a minute. And 1/5. Miss Maddie P goes second, Sigali third, fourth. Lorne Valley Barb, that in fifth. Catch a Few Rays. And the trailer, Princess Halo. Absolutely no movement in here. And they approach the three-quarters, led by Rock and Roll K's. Second is Miss Maddie P. Sigali continuing third. The first one to find a right line, that's DeRoche on the move on the outside. Fourth was Catch a Few Rays. Fifth along the rail, Lorne Valley Barb. On the outside, sixth, Princess Halo. Three-quarters tripped in 1:30 eighths of a mile left to go. And that's Rock and Roll K's looking to take them all the way. Miss Maddie P into the passing lane. Coming on late. They're in deep. Stretch now, and the 1-9 chalk goes down. That is Miss Maddie P up to upset them. Rock and Roll K's did hold second. We'll need a show photo. The trip in 2 minutes 3/5.
Well, the chalk goes down in defeat here. 220 on the board for Rock and Roll K's. The pocket sitter, Miss Maddie P. and Todd Walsh, the Red Baron, sitting too early, and they're quite content to take that two-hole ride. And Walsh kicked the plugs at the top of the stretch, and she scooted down the passing lane with ease to win this. No pressure at the wire. Walsh under wraps at the wire. Tucked the whip away. 2 minutes 3/5. Easy win. Miss Maddie P. and Walsh third in the debut and a winner in week number 2. So they're off to a great start with the 5-year-old mare by Fear the Dragon. The 2 wins it. The 1, Rock and Roll K's second, and Lorne Valley Barb in there for third. So it's 2-1-5 unofficially here in race 8.
Well, here comes a belated birthday winner for the Red Baron, Todd Walsh. He'll get the newcomer to Charlottetown, Miss Maddie P., right to the winner's circle in her second start. She's a Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Fear the Dragon from the Western Hanover Dam. Moonlight Delight, owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Bred by Stephen Price from Canton, Georgia. Todd Walsh trains and drives the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. Ms. Maddie P. in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Rock and Roll K second. Ms. Maddie P., the race winner. Sigali finished 5th. Catch a Few Rays 6th. Lorne Valley Barb was 3rd. Princess Halo 4th. Fractions were 30 and 2, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 2, and the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top, your program reads 215-634. Ms. Maddie P. paid $9.40 to win. The exactor $15.30, triactor $31.20, and the superfactor was $16.86.
The Cecil Ladner Memorial, presented by Ladner Source for Sports, is scheduled for Saturday, June 7th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The Cecil Ladner Memorial is the first event in the Atlantic Invitational Series on the road to the Premier's Cup and will feature some of the top horses in the Maritimes. For a schedule of the Atlantic Invitational Series, race dates, go to peiharnessracing.ca. Okay, here's a quick look at the picks for the upcoming 9th race. I'm at 675. Post time picks, that's Peter McVie. Looks at 657. Classifier's choice 617. Looks like we're all in agreement with the 6 Woodmere Flojo and Adam Murner here in race 9. The horses are beginning to move out of the paddock. They'll be on the track for post parade in just a moment.
Ninth race set for the post parade. Irie number 1 is owned by David Mercer, Keith McDougall, and the estate of Kenneth McDougall. Trained by Tom Weatherby and driven by Brody McPhee. Hamac Charger number 2, owned by Paul Conway of Bonshaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Trained by Paul Conway. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. 3 is Windermere on the line, owned by Windermere Farms of Springville. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Harold Shepard drives. 4, Rosie All Over is owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, Ryan DeRoche. 5 is Elm Grove Talia, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Baglow. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Woodmere Flojo 6, owned by the Go With The Flow Racing of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith. Adam Murner drives. 7 is Baby Step Back, owned and trained by Ricky Armstrong of Summerside, Kenny Murphy above the wheels. 5 minutes to post time. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, is scheduled for Saturday, August 16th, right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Back in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Okay, race 9 starters are on track. 5-year-old younger winners have won not more than 2 races life. PI Fold 3, Billy Mares. And there's our top play, the 6 Woodmere Flojo, owned by Go With The Flow Racing of Charlottetown. Nice win there in the qualifier, 59-4, closing quarter 28-3. Showed some trips last year, especially that one at Summerside, second 57-3, and behind Bad Girl Bridgette. And so this 3-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip has a real good shot in here from post 6. Going to be tough to beat. Murner and Smith already teamed up for a win with Woodmere Betcha a couple of races ago, and so we'll see how they do here from post 6 with Woodmere Flojo. But off that qualifier with that sharp closer of 28-3, she's going to be tough to beat. Currently 4-5. Richard Armstrong of Summerside is the owner-trainer of the 7 Baby Step Back. Kenny Murphy will drive. This one was a winner in the qualifier as well, 2:02-2, closing quarter 28-4. Followed that up with a solid third place finish at 59-3 last week on May 3rd here in Charlottetown. So I don't like post 7, but she does have that great ability to rally from off the pace. She's very versatile, and so Murphy will most likely try and trip her out and pick up some live cover. And if the fractions are quick early on, this mare could pick up the pieces late in the mile. I like her for second on my ticket. She definitely has a shot to win. 3-time winner from 15 starts last year. Currently 9-2 on the board. Elm Grove Talia made a little over 10,000 last year, 4 for 9 in the top 3, 2 wins, a mark of 2 minutes 1/5 taken at Summerside. Had a nice qualifier last week, couple weeks ago now, April 26th, 2:01 flat, closing quarter 29 flat, right on the front end, won it with ease, and so we'll see how they do here from post 5. Elm Grove Talia and Dowling 9-2. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 9. Starters are on gate, so let's send it upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Irie, Hamac Charger, Windermere on the line, Rosie all over, Elm Grove Talia, Woodmere Flojo, Baby step back outside, top of the stretch. 9th race, ready for start. Rough and pacing and a host of levers in here. Irie on the rail leaves out. Hamac Charger. Then the third one around the turn. Windermere on the line. Racing fourth. In between horses. Woodmere Flojo. Out on a limb there. And 3 wide is Elm Grove Talia. Then racing towards the rail. Rosie all over. Away in 6 is Woodmere Flojo. And then the trailer. Baby step back. They're over to the opening quarter and guarding the cones. Irie in line to Brody McPhee. Quarter pole leading tonight. Racing second, Hamac Charger. Windermere on the line. Got away third. Then in fourth, it's Elm Grove Talia. The quarters up in 30. And 3. Racing from 5th. That's Rosie all over. 6 is Woodmere Flojo. Trailing 7th. Baby step back, straight alignment towards the half mile. And on the point, Irie is going to get them halfway home. Second is Hamac Charger. Continuing third, Windermere on the line. On the move in the outside fourth, Woodmere Flojo is underway. Racing 5th, Elm Grove Talia. Moving up 6 is Baby step back. Now the trailer, Rosie all over the half mile in 1
101 flat. By the 5/8 they go. The unchallenged leader, Irie, but the backfield coming now. First up on the outside, second is Woodmere Flojo. Third up the rail, Hamac Charger. Baby Step Back is there on the outside, fourth. Moving up fifth, Elm Grove Talia back to sixth. Windermere on the line, and the trailer, Rosie all over seventh. 130 and 4 was 3/4, and between horses, Woodmere Flojo the leader. From the far outside, Elm Grove Talia towards the rail. Irie, Baby Step Back, needs some room. Down the stretch they come. Set the camera up. Here we are in the ninth. Woodmere Flojo in the middle. Elm Grove Talia closing in towards the inside third. Hamac Charger, 2 minutes, 4/5.
Okay, so Woodmere, Flojo, and Murder made things interesting and a little dicey around the last turn and down the stretch, but they do time it just right to get up for the win. And it was a nice first up gutsy effort here from Woodmere Flojo. Nice mile off a half in 101. Time of the mile 2 minutes 4/5. Tipping 3 wide up the backstretch was the 5. Elm Grove Talia and Dowling. Thought they might reach up in the final strides, but no, the 6 hangs on for the narrow victory. Nice trip from the 5 as well. And down the inside, Hamac Charger and McPherson race well here tonight out of the Paul Conway stable. So Hamac Charger, a nice effort from that 3-year-old daughter of Bet the Moon to get in there for third. So it's 6-5-2 unofficially here in race 9.
Woodmere Flojo arriving at the ninth race winner's circle, pacing Brown Filly, 3 years, the daughter of Arthur Bluchev, off the Western Ideal Dam, persistently owned by Go With The Flow Racing of Charlottetown, bred by Woodmere Farms in Marshfield. Trained by Jamie Smith, who doubles up, driven to victory by Adam Murner, who doubles up, and the time for the mile in 2 minutes, 4/5. Woodmere Flojo to double up Smith and Murner in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Irie finished fourth. Hamac Charger third. Windermere on the line sixth. Rosie all over seventh. Elm Grove Talia finished second. Woodmere Flojo, the race winner. Baby Step Back finished fifth. Fractions of 30 and 3, 101, 130 and 4, and the mile was timed in 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, it's 4:36. 7215. Woodmere Flojo 350. Exactor 1270. Triactor 4820. Superfactor 1244.
The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The 2 and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2 and 3-year-old Pacing Colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association.
Tenth race on the track for the Post Parade. Number 1, Ms. Megan Sparkle, owned and trained by Shanda Toll of Clyde River, Ryan DeRoch driving. Plain Jane 2 is owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Devin Wallace, Mark Campbell. Lady Divine 3 is owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, Miles Heffernan Sr. Ace 44 Dome, number 4, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is Chip of Evil, owned by Inna Rush Stable of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson. Elm Grove Mistress 6, David Dowling driving for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. And Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the Thursday night feature. We've got a half a dozen mares set to do battle. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And Kurt, just prior to the Post Parade, I got to look at your choices. I'm matching strides with you, my friend. I like 2, Plain Jane. I like 4, Ace 44 Dome. Then the 6, Elm Grove Mistress. And for superfecta players, I threw in the 5, Chip of Evil. 2, 4, 6, 5 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I'm the same, Vance. I like Plain Jane just off that qualifier right on the front end there, 59 and 4. I think Campbell could set up shop possibly on the front end again from this inside post. I think Ace 44 Dome, she had a good qualifier and a nice closing quarter, 27 and 4. I think she'll be right there at the wire And on the outside, Umgrove Mistress, she had a great qualifier as well, 57-2. So she looks like she's in mid-season form. And so she'll be part of it, I think, as well on the outside of the gate. Just tough out there at post 6 and against these tough mares. So she's being bet down to even money currently, but I like her for third on my ticket. 2-4-6 for Vance and I. Good luck with your selections here in race 10, our feature. our feature races beginning to line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We still have one more to go. 11th race coming up next. And our second super high five on the card comes up in the finale. And there's a carryover of $2,100.80 going into that pool. So keep that in mind as you play the last couple races here at Red Shores. Race 10 starters, our feature. They're on gate. Let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ms. Megan Sparkle, Plain Jane, Lady Divine, Ace 44 Dome, Chip of Evil, and Elm Grove Mistress. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing and a foursome of levers here. Ms. Megan Sparkle, Plain Jane, Lady Divine, way out there was Elm Grove Mistress. Then towards the rail, that's Ace 44 Dome, and the trailer is Chip of Evil. Up the backstretch they go to the quarter. Here's Plain Jane for Mark Campbell to clear the lead. Ms. Megan Sparkle now goes second. In third, that's Lady Divine. Fourth on the cones is Ace 44 Dome. Now in fifth is Elm Grove Mistress. Trailing the field, Chip of Evil on by the quarter of 28 and 4. Midway round the top turn and on the point, Plain Jane is the fraction setter for Mark Campbell. Two-hole ride, the long shot, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Then in third, another long shot, Lady Divine. Fourth is Ace 44 Dome. Racing from fifth, Elm Grove Mistress, followed by the trailer, who is Chip of Evil. They're at the midway point. Lady Divine rushes up to challenge Plain Jane for the lead off an opening half mile of just 59 and 3. Not a lot of pace for the first half mile as they go by the 5/8. The tempo will quicken. On the point, Plain Jane. To her outside, the challenger, Lady Divine, who is the longest shot on the board, and they're matching strides at 3/4. Third at the rail, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Fourth on the outside, that's Elm Grove Mistress. Towards the rail, fifth, Ace 44 Dome, and she has nowhere to go. Chip of Evil trails 3/4 in 1. 28 and 4, eighth of a mile out. Plain Jane will turn home. Ms. Megan Sparkle looking for the upset here. Ace 44 Dome coming up the inside late, deep stretch now on the wire. It's an upset winner, Ms. Megan Sparkle. In line to Ryan DeRoche and Plain Jane. They were closing in for that show dough between Ace 44 Dome and a closing Chip of Evil in a photo. 1:59 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for our feature. Looked like Plain Jane might go the distance on the front, but looming boldly at the top of the stretch was the one Miss Megan Sparkle, and at 27.80 on the nose, she gets her nose on the line first. Big trip from Miss Megan Sparkle and DeRoche as they get the job done in the feature. Plain Jane in there for the deuce, and it's tight for a show between the 4 down the inside and the 5, who was flying late for McPherson, Chip of Evil, and Ace 44 Dome. They'll settle it in a photo, but no doubt about the winner. It's Miss Megan Sparkle as she upsets the feature here at Red Shores.
Ms. Megan Sparkle finds her way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, the 7-year-old daughter of Big Jim, is off the Park Place dam. It's a free-for-all. Owned and trained by Shayna Toll of Clyde River, bred by Mark McCormick, Ron Nobles, and Graham Sugg. Ryan DeRoche will guide her to victory tonight. Time for the mile in 1:59. Ms. Megan Sparkle in a 10th race, Shocker. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Ms. Megan Sparkle, the race winner. Plain Jane was second. Lady Divine, sixth. Ace 44 Dome, fourth. Chip of Evil, third. Elm Grove Mistress finished fifth. Fractions of 28 and 4, 59 and 3, 128 and 4, and the time for the mile in a 1:59. From the top, your program reads 126-435. Ms. Megan Sparkle, 27.80 to win. Exactor 122.80. Triactor $257. Superfecta paid $93.41. Super High Five comes next in the 11th. Over $2,100 in the carryover pool.
Okay, there's a look at the picks for the finale here at Red Shores. I'm at 7-3-1. Peter McVie post-time picks. He likes a 3-7-1. Classifier's choice 3-1-7. I'm going to the outside of the gate. I like Miss Moise. Off a qualifier in 2:03 last quarter, 28 and 4. I'm going to say she gets the job done here in her first start back. I like the 3 as well. Promise Me Later and Harlequin Romance. 7-3-1 again for me. Here in a race 11, horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post Parade is next.
Tonight's 11th race on Post Parade, Harlequin Romance wears number 1, owned by Mark Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Salisbrook Picket number 2 is owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. Promise Me Later 3, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. She's a Comedian 4, Brady Sweets in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Jeff Wallace, Elmsdale. Owned by Shayna Toll and Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River. Shayna is the trainer, Ryan is the driver. Number 5, Carnival Heart. Skip Across 6, the owners are Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Ms. Moy 7, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hutley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murder. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Saturday night. First race post time is set for 6 p.m. Let's return to Kurt with a super high five ticket to wrap up a Thursday program. And Kurt, a pretty decent carryover here to the nightcap.
Absolutely, Vance. Over 2,100 going into the super high five here in the finale. So we'll take a shot at it. I'm at 73152. Vance Cameron, he likes a 37152. So we're pretty close. Just a little flip flop in our first 2 horses. I'm going to go with Ms. Moyes. Might be a little bit of a risky play on the outside of the gate in her first start back, but this mare, I mean, she's been just so terrific over the last number of years. A little over 16,000 made last year, 4-time winner from 31 starts, a mark of 56. Down here at the non-winners 1,001 last 4. I'm just going to take a crack and say she gets the win in her first start back, and then I'm going to go with the 3, Promise Me Later, Harlequin Romance, Carnival Heart, and Salisbrook Pika for Brody McPhee. So there's a look at our selections. Good luck with yours here in the finale. There's a quick look at the show photo from the feature in the last race. Chip of Evil on the outside there, getting her nose on the line over Ace 44 Dome down the inside. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for the finale at Red Shores. Horses are on gates. Let's send it upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Harlequin Romance, Salisbrook Pickup, Promise Me Later, She's a Comedian, Carnival Heart Skip Across, Ms. Moy's outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Thursday night Super High Five finale time. The rough and pacing Promise Me Later got the first call. Harlequin Romance leaving out between them. Salisbrook Picka will be third into the turn. She's a Comedian gets away fourth. Fifth on the outside is Ms. Moyes racing from six in at the rail. Carnival Heart. And then the trailer. That is Skip Across. They're quarter pole bound and up front. The post-time favorite leads it. Promise Me Later for David Dowling. In at the rail second, that's Harlequin Romance, racing from third towards that inside as they go by the quarter. Salisbrook Picka. Fourth on the cones as She's a Comedian. Ms. Moyes found a seat fifth. Then a racing six is Carnival Heart. And trailing this field, that Skip Across 29 and 1 opened it up. And down the stretch they come for the first time. They have the half mile in their sights now. Promise Me Later is halfway home in the nightcap. Second, that's Harlequin Romance. Salisbrook Picka continuing third. She's a Comedian. Makes the move to the outside fourth. Following out fifth is Ms. Moyes. Sixth is Carnival Heart. Trailing seventh, Skip Across, 59 and 2, the halfway home time, 3/8 of a mile to go. And that's Promise Me Later, continuing to lead it by 2. Harlequin Romance second, Ms. Moyes swinging out 3 wide, and she's coming third. Fourth at the rail, Salisbrook Picka. She's a Comedian, went off stride by the 3/4 now, and Promise Me Later on the lead, 3/4 up in 1:29 and 2. Ms. Moyes now is second. Harlequin Romance third. Then fourth, Salisbrook Picka. Fifth, that's Carnival Heart. And they're homeward bound. Promise Me Later, the leader. Ms. Moyes second. Harlequin Romance. Salisbrook Picka. Promise Me Later, and Dowling all alone. Salisbrook Picka. She rallied second. Ms. Moyes held third in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal slow-mo here for the finale, and the 3 Promise Me Later and Dowling. What an effort on the front end here. 29 and 1/2, 59 and 2, 129 and 2. She had them by a couple lengths the entire mile, quite comfortable on the front. She stops the clock here in 1:58 and 1. Big effort from Promise Me Later in the finale. Looks like the Super High Five unofficially is 3:27. 5-1. Congrats if you were able to connect there in our Super High Five as Dowling and Promise Me Later close down Charlottetown in a big effort on the front end. Again in 58 and 1.
Promise Me Later in the 11th race winner's circle. Pacing mare 4 by Articulator. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Promise Me Hanover, owned by Kingsley Walsh. Frank Balcom and Sam Walsh, bred by Garth Cole. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven to victory by David Dowling. Mare gets her 10th lifetime victory on this night. And the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1. Promise Me Later in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 11th, Harlequin Romance 5th, Salisbrook Pickup finished 2nd. Promise Me Later the winner. She's a Comedian did not finish. Carnival Heart was 4th. Skipper Cross finished 6th. Ms. Moyes 3rd. Fractions of 29 and 1, 59 and 2, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review, it's 5-2-1. Did not finish. 4-6-3. Promise Me Later paid $3. The exactor $47.20. The triactor was $156. The late daily double at $70.50 and the super high five at $154.55. That will complete our live presentation on this night here at the driving park. Tonight's parimutuel handle went $67,470. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.